Hi. Welcome. We're awake now. Welcome Sunbro, Kitsune, Gravity, Debulicus, Meowdepop, Toad, Glove, Ragey, Trimple, Dogs, Non-PC and Pidets too. I am not a sleep paralysis demon. I'm a like, sleep friend demon. Did I say hello to everybody? One second. Their tail. Welcome Galactic. Yeah, Pidets, that's what friends do, isn't it? Anyways, hi, it's a story time stream. Do you guys want to do the schedule first or just go straight into it? I guess maybe it would be better for the VOD if we just got started immediately. I don't know how many people watch the VODs of these though. Schedule please. Let me go get that open then. Did you guys know that it's October? That means it's basically Halloween every day. Isn't that exciting? Probably at 6 on Thursday, but I need to ask Dusagi. So this is a question mark for time being. Share your soup guidance. My favorite soup? I like potato. My mom used to make this potato soup and I like that. Tomato soup. I can tolerate a tomato soup if I have a grilled cheese to dip in it. Welcome Riot. With noodles or rice, just a potato soup and a spoon. That's how I do it. There we go. Cute. You dip a grilled cheese into a tomato soup, it's pretty good. Or put crackers into it. I don't know any other soup they do that with. I hear that when you go to other places and eat the food and drink the water, you usually immediately get sick because you aren't used to it. Anyways, this is the schedule and the nice art here was drawn by dogs. Any questions on the schedule? Yeah, dogs, that's the thing you drew allegedly. Unless you didn't draw it, I guess. But it looks nice, so good job. Foreign water, my only weakness. Alright then, that appears to be the schedule. You wish you could draw but your hands hurt. I hope your hands stop hurting in the future. What's a drawing? Well, you see, a drawing is like this. Yeah, like that. That's how it's done. Anyways. I didn't put any effort into the orange cat, that was dogs that put the effort there. Are you guys ready to start the story? Or would you rather we talk a bit longer? I don't want to be a thief. Let me just make a poll. Welcome Bay Harbor. How did last week's I Am Not a Juan stream go? We got like 3 or so more endings. One of which we did not die or get eaten. I'm a snack thief, not an art thief. One of these is a lot more respectable. We also got an ending where we summoned the void and it ate us. You think I might be human? I see you have chosen Nyan in droves. Well, now I have to do something silly and it's your fault. I also have to become normal. I wish transitioning in OBS was not just entirely broken for no reason. It's going to make this a lot more scuff. Nyan, 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 Nyan. That was what you voted for. No, I was doing the story time in Nias. You wake up in an unfamiliar location. The last thing you remember was walking into the giant dark monolith in the last area. Now, somehow, you find yourself stepping out of what appears to be an immobile train. You still have all of your items, and you even have the ability to query a database about various things. But it seems you can only do 3 until it runs out of charge. You turn around and get back into the train. You find some scraps of paper on the floor and a ruined shirt. It doesn't seem to be particularly helpful at this time. You try to find the engine compartment, but you don't really know where it is. You pick up the shirt and try to read it. The front of it reads, "I am with stupid," and it is conveniently pointing at you. You are outraged by this, and then you try putting it on. But it's basically in shreds already, so it just falls apart. You try your best to pick up one of the train seats, but it happens to be connected to the train. You start crying, but alas, there is no one here to comfort you, other than the cold and empty train. You check the connection of the train seat to the train floor, and you see that it seems to have been welded to it. You remark about the train's construction being unhinged. I am sure if the engineer that built the train was here, he would be very sad. You walk out of the train in your fury, and start smashes boxes with your crude metal halberd. The boxes are easily destroyed, splintering and falling to pieces. The inside of the box is revealed to have contained more of that very same shirt you found in the train. You look around your area, searching for paths you may be able to take out of here. You see one path ahead across some kind of walkway that splits into 3 different places. There's a door on the level you're on, some kind of cave-like entrance up above, and a small checkpoint kind of hut. You check the shirts, and there are a couple that are intact and in your size. You try on the biggest shirt available. It makes you feel silly because this shirt is much larger than you. You look over the shirt. It's of poor quality, but it's at least wearable. It says "I am with stupid" on it, and has a big finger pointing straight out front of it, implying that whoever is in front of the shirt wearer is of low intelligence. It has pink text with bubbly outlines on a white background of the shirt. You consider stealing this message from the shirt, and sewing it on your own clothes. However, you lack any tools for proper sewing. You put the nicest looking of the shirts into your pocket. You consider duct taping the shirt to your other shirt, and it does seem possible, but it will look very silly. You take your time, cutting out one of the "I am with stupid" logos on one of the shirts out. You eventually crudely get it, and then you take that to the front of your own shirt. It looks pretty bad, but it gets the point across. Once finished, you return your attention to the path ahead of you. It would seem you have a door straight ahead, a small hut up some stairs, and a cave-like entrance up the stairs too. You pull out the talking clock, and show it the shirt. It says, "I want to go home." I miss my simple life of beeping, and waking you up. Where did those times G- you put it back into your pocket? You kiss the clock for good luck. It doesn't like that, it beeps at you. But, you put it away, muffling it. You tell the clock in your pocket, "Well, I am not the one getting called stupid." Muffled beeping noises emit from your inventory. The voices in your head try to come to some kind of agreement about which path to take. You used a different shirt to cut the logo off of it, and have an extra backup shirt that is completely intact. The voices in your head seem to be primarily choosing the cave. You start making your way up the steps, seemingly unused for quite some time, as you can tell by all the dirt that's accumulated here. You find yourself at the mouth of a dark cave. There are strange glowing rocks here. Their surface is ever changing, showing your blurry scenes of something unfamiliar and far away. There are lights in the cave. They flicker from time to time, but seem to do well enough to light the way for now. You try to pick up the rocks. The strange rocks are far too large to pick up and put into your pocket. There are some normal rocks on the ground, but you would need to drop something to pick them up. You approach one of these rocks, and give it a lick. It tastes pretty bad, and you feel a sense of loneliness wash over you. You pull out your hammer, and lightly hammer one of the rocks with it. A small chunk of it falls off, making a strange reverberating noise as it tumbles to the ground. The chunk seems to blur and distort for a moment, before turning into what appears to be a chunk of metal. You ask the chunk of metal what secrets it holds, but it does not respond to you. You pick up the metal and inspect it. It's not the highest quality, but you could indeed use it to repair your halberd after a bit of hammering, you think. You reinforce your halberd with the newly acquired metal scrap. It seems slightly less likely to fall apart now. You taste the rock again, in an attempt to acquire its secrets. You see a vision of someone laying right here where the rock is, breathing their last breath alone in this cold place. You try to bite the rock, but you can't really chew it since it's a bit too hard. Alas, you can't really consume it. Also, as you try to eat it, you start crying. You gently head pat the rock. You use your hammer to break off tiny chunks of the rock, but they just turn into some other non-memory fragments each time you do. This leaves you with small pieces of wood, metal, plastic, rubber, and concrete, none of which seem particularly edible. You start breaking all of the chunks off of the rock, until there is barely any rock left. Then you try to pick up that final, now small piece, and you put it in your mouth. It's hard to chew and even harder to swallow. You start crying after putting it in your mouth. You feel so sad and lonely. Through effort and probably self-injury, you have consumed one small memory piece. You feel sick. You feel sad. You don't know why you wanted to do this. You go further down into the cave, and you see something strange, similar to the rocks you just encountered. Facing a wall of the cave, You see a strange creature that seems to be all-legged. It is stumbling around, seemingly unaware of you. You pull out your halberd. You sneak up to it, and consider striking it in the back, but you aren't really sure where the back is on this thing. You ask the creature if it's feeling okay, to which it responds with an echoing screech. It starts stumbling towards you. You swing your halberd overhead in an attempt to cut it in half. It dodges to the side, and kicks you in the face, sending you stumbling backwards, bruised. With the adrenaline pumping through your body, it's like everything is moving in slow motion. You feel like you have time to plan your next course of action. You try swinging your halberd wide, in a way that would be hard for the creature to dodge. You land a hit, and find that it's surprisingly solid. You don't cut through it, but knock it over onto its side on the ground. It squirms around angrily, legs kicking everything around it. You toss your halberd aside for a moment, and pull out your hammer, which you use to start smashing its chest. You receive a few solid, painful kicks, but eventually you cave in its chest with the hammer, and it stops moving. Its body seems to fall apart, resulting in a bunch of dust-like particles and a couple small triangular prism objects. You start eating the dust. It tastes terrible, it makes you angry, and you feel sick eating it. You then lick each of the prisms, which also make you feel angry. You pick up the halberd, and try using these newly acquired prisms to sharpen your halberd. It seems to get slightly sharper, and the tip of the blade is now coated in some kind of substance. Very similar looking to the creature you just defeated. You try to discard the inventory item, which results in you putting your backpack onto the floor. You feel sick, angry, and you are in a good deal of pain. It feels like you got a couple bruises from all the kicks you received. You hug your backpack to try to calm down these prisms, but it doesn't seem to do much. You try to eat the remaining prisms, but they are too big to eat without additional preparation. You take the flower petal, and you feed it to the flower that is sprouting out of your right eye. Surprisingly, it's consumed. Your body feels better somehow, like you can think clearer and breathe easier. You use your hammer on the prisms, which reduces them mostly to more of that dust, which you start to consume. It once again tastes bad, makes you angry, and you feel very ill. You don't think you can eat much more of that? You're going to throw up if you eat anything else. You try to ask the remaining prisms why they are angry, but alas, they have been consumed. You make your way further into the cave, and find that it quickly opens up into a wider area. A dark forest lies ahead of you, filled with more of those fancy rocks. You salivate, hungering for more rocks that taste bad, make you feel awful, and will make you throw up if you eat even another bite. You try to suppress the hunger for rocks at this time, and you barely manage to do so. You rotate a cat in your mind, distracting yourself from how bad you feel. You look at the trees and the dirt, for a moment thinking, tasty, but every irrational brain cell in your mind tells you that those are not food. You walk up to a tree, asking it if it's seen anyone around here recently. The tree does not respond. You ask out loud, Alice. You get a strange stirring sensation in your mind, and you hear a voice saying, "Find ally, underground." You think about how you bit those rocks earlier. If you remember correctly, you didn't really chew them, mostly just broke them with a hammer until they were small enough to swallow. This resulted in a very unpleasant sensation in your throat and stomach. You start digging in the dirt below you, with your bare hands, but you don't really get anywhere. You ask Alice for more help, but you get nothing. You approach one of the rocks, but that's when you notice this forest is just full of more of those weird creatures like the extra-legged one you saw earlier. There's many of them wandering through the dark woods, but none seem to have noticed you yet. You find a rock on the ground, and you place it in the small hole you just dug with your hands. Then you cover it with dirt. The forest is quite dark, your flashlight only able to illuminate a small distance ahead of you. But you think you see a path that goes through the forest, and some kind of structure on your left. You look at the shimmering creatures from afar, just like the last. They share a trait with those strange rocks that litter the area. The texture of them is constantly shifting, showing blurry scenes of some other place, some other time. They seems to be wandering around at random, making it difficult to tell how friendly or unfriendly they may be. You lick the safest rock nearest to you. It makes you feel afraid. You arrive at the front of the structure, and find that something else is at the front door. You tread carefully, doing your best not to make noise, while remaining out of sight. You get a better look at it. There's some kind of creature bashing against the door. It has what appears to be a television stuck to its head, the screen playing scenes of something on loop. The door appears to be quite sturdy, not relenting to its crude bashing. You sneak up behind the creature, it distracting itself with its crude attacks on the door. You ready your halberd, and stab it straight through the back. The monster, however, does not get penetrated by your sharpened blade. It leaves a large crack in its body, but it is not yet defeated. It whips around, swinging at you with clawed hands. You pull out your clock and throw it right at the monster. It bounces off harmlessly. The clock screams, "Ah!" The monster slices your chest. Undeterred by the clock, you now have a gash in your chest. You try to throw one of your inner voices at the monster, but it doesn't do anything. You try to grapple the monster to suplex it, but you just take more damage. You eventually try to knock it down with your halberd again, just like you did before. The monster anticipates the swing, and grabs onto it. It's knocked to its knees, however. You let go of your halberd, and pull out your trusty hammer. You start smashing it with the blunt tool, shattering the television it has for a head to pieces. The scenes on the screen stop playing, and the monster's body goes limp. It starts to fall apart just like the last one, mostly turning into dust. You congratulate yourself for defeating the monster. The wounds on your arms and chest hurt, however. You are bleeding lightly. You collect a couple more memory prisms. You have some bandages already, so you don't need to make any more from your shirt. You use your medical supplies to stop your bleeding, and patch up some of the scrapes and cuts you got in that fight. This uses up 2 of your medical supplies. You inspect your medical supplies. It's largely a collection of makeshift bandages, disinfectant, water, and a suturing kit. You walk up to the door and politely knock on it. There is no response. You try to cartwheel into the structure, colliding with the door and falling over, because it is shut. You try to taste the new structures. They make you feel afraid. You try the door handle. The door seems to be locked. You pick up your angry talking clock friend from the ground and put him back in your inventory. You check the door. It's a single door. You, while pondering the door, create a makeshift Molotov cocktail out of your hand sanitizer and funny shirt. You scream. Here's Kato as you bang on the door. There is no response whatsoever. You check around, searching for a key to this door. With your flashlight you inspect the surroundings, and eventually find what appears to be a plastic arm, as if it were ripped off of a mannequin or something. In its hand is an old key. You give the talking clock a pat on the head, then you try to use the key on the door. To your surprise, it actually works, and the door creaks open. You wonder if plastics have bones, and by looking at that dismembered arm you saw earlier, you can clearly see that they do. You shut the door behind you, and lock it with the key. You say, "Alice," to which you get no response. You try to tear up the sofa with your claws, but you don't really have claws. You lay down on the sofa, and find that it's incredibly comfortable, at least compared to everything else that's happened lately. This feels like heaven. However, then you hear a voice from the sofa. It says, "Sleep. Comfortable sleep." It's creepy. The couch is speaking to you. You whisper creepy things back to the sofa, which makes it happier. You tell the sofa that you're not interested in dating it, and that you want your personal space respected. The sofa responds, "Just sleep. Rest. Comfortable sleep." You threaten the couch with fire, and then start scratching at it with your human hands. The couch grunts and seems to be in pain. You get off the sofa and look for more talkative furniture, but it seems that the other couch in the room does not talk at all. You walk over to the sentient couch and steal a cushion. It screams, it cries, it wails. You tell it to sleep, and its screams turn into screeches, echoing through the room and even outside. You put the cushion on top of your head, and then take the other one. The couch very much does not like this, as it screams and cries hysterically. You hear a banging at the door you just came through. The loud screaming seemingly have attracted attention. From the sounds at the door, there's at least two things attacking it. The door is holding for now. You return the cushions, and pet the couch. It starts to calm down. Then you start pushing it towards the door, which it doesn't seem to mind that much. There is a door straight ahead of you. In the room you are in, there is the entrance door, the one you just came in, and the one door ahead of you. This room is empty of most things, aside from the talking couch, and the non-talking couch. You check to see if you can eat another rock, and you still feel sick and awful. You use your database ability to learn more about these things attacking you. You learn that these things are typically called memory wraiths, manifested monsters created from memory rocks in the vicinity. They are hostile, but often not very observant. They can be very dangerous depending on what form they take. They usually sense targets by sound rather than sight. You can use the database 2 more times today. You check the entry you just pulled up to see if they are flammable. From what you can tell, they will take damage from extreme heat, but not as much as a normal creature would. You check their weaknesses. It seems like blunt damage is generally more effective against them than slashing or piercing damage. Guns are generally effective, but shotguns are most effective. You pat the flower for a job well done. Even though you and all the voices are technically the flower, you are praising yourself. The entry doesn't say anything about hugging the memory wraiths, but it seems like they are generally melee attackers, so getting close to them may harm you. You pat the body you are inhabiting, which is also like patting yourself. The flower in your eye socket wiggles. You walk up to the door in front of you. It's unlocked. The wiggle feels like a tickling in your brain, an itch you could not possibly scratch. It doesn't hurt, but it makes you feel very uncomfortable. You find yourself inside of some kind of lab area. You feel it, despite the insistence of one of the voices in your brain telling you that you cannot. You do feel it and you do not like it. There is some kind of computer terminal in the room. It's flashing lights over and over again. You check if you're in the back rooms. You don't think so. You walk up to the terminal and say, "Hi." To your surprise, it seems to turn on, and you see some kind of blurry, pixelated face on it. You lick the screen. The face on it does not react. You see text appear in a box. It says, "Do not do that." You hug the screen, pet the screen, and it tells you, "Do not do that." You ask the face if it can be your friend. Something seems to scan you from the terminal. Text appears on the screen. Registered aberration unit. Status: missing. Ally confirmed. You ask it if it can help you consume memories. It says, "Error. Unsupported action." You ask it if you can borrow scrap coins. It says, "Error. No access to supply network." You ask it if there's anything you can do for it. It says, scanning, scanning, scanning. 87 maintenance events of high priority detected. Reinforcements requested in 8 areas. US kit, which one is the highest priority? High priority transponder in nearby area. Retrieval requested immediately. US kit for the purpose of this facility. This area is an Ikara shipment hub, responsible for supplying and transporting Ikara to other locations. Last shipment sent error days ago. US kit if any support systems are online. Of 189 registered support systems, 11 are online. US kit what Ikara is. A picture of a glass vial containing a faintly glowing, light bluish liquid appears on the screen. You ask about the operational systems. Lighting systems are operating at 80% efficiency. Door locking systems are operating at 50% efficiency. All security systems have been disabled. Acquisition of transponder will restore functionality to malfunctioning doors and intercoms. You ask it where the armory is. Armory. Inaccessible. You ask it for directions to the transponder. It seems to process this request for a small period of time. You suddenly get some kind of beeping in your head. It's sort of annoying. You have the intuitive knowledge that the beeping will sound different depending on how close to it you are. You check the room more thoroughly. You find a dead plastic man in the corner. He is wearing something similar to a lab coat. His body looks terrible, as if something exploded out of him from the inside. There is nothing useful on his corpse. You ask the terminal where useful items are. There is a warehouse located down the stairs that holds most currently held supplies. Danger level high. You ask it for info on threats in the facility. Camera systems offline. Memory wraiths, and error detected. You ask the terminal about the couch. Aberration identified. Threat level harmless. You resolve yourself to do the transponder quest given to you by the terminal. Focusing on the beeps, you think it's probably through the other side of the forest. You walk back out into the hallway. The beating on the door has stopped. You lie down on the couch and take a nap. It whispers to you in a creepy way, making it harder for you to sleep. It seems happy, thought. You whisper back to the couch. This makes it worse. The couch just gets worse. You can no longer sleep on this couch. You get up and sleep on the other one. You trauma dump to the non-talking couch. It doesn't respond, but you feel a little better. Getting your feelings out there. The talking couch says, lonely, 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 lonely. It misses you. You ignore it and take a nap. Eventually you wake up, and you feel refreshed and less horribly sick from eating rocks. You pat the talking couch when you wake up. It says, love, love you, sleep forever. You consider taking a peek at the warehouse, but you don't know how to get there and the camera systems are supposedly offline. The beeping seems to indicate that transponder is outside. You take a peek outside the door. There are no monsters right near it. They seem to have wandered off. You quietly emerge from the building, finding yourself in the forest once again. You give the talking clock a hug before you leave. It says, "Stop that." It doesn't seem to like you that much. Probably from that time where you threw it at a monster, or threatened it, or dumped it in the sink. There are several more of those memory monsters roaming around the forest, but knowing that they have poor eyesight makes it easier to avoid them. You simply keep your distance from them, and proceed towards where the beeps indicate is closer to the transponder. You manage to approach one of the other memory rocks on your way, and you lick it, because that's for some reason a thing that you do. This one tastes bad, just like the others. You feel grief, tears start running down your cheeks, and you have to force yourself to not cry. You consider carving out a cat girl from the memory rock, but you realize hitting it with the hammer will make a lot of noise. You have no doubt in your mind that it will attract attention of the negative type. You decide to move on from the rock for now, and head towards the transponder. You exit the forest, and come to two doors. The transponder is very near. You ask the clock for advice. It responds, "I don't even know where we are." You then apologize to clock, It says, "Just don't do it again." You check the doors, and there's actually a little slot you can peek through. There's no text on them at all though. One door is clearly closer to the transponder, based on the beeping, but you can't see much behind it other than a hallway. You kiss the clock for good luck. It hates that. You then summarize the current events to the clock. The clock just says, "What the hell? I want to go home." You try the door handle. It seemed to be locked. I would prefer a fake comfortable dream than this real awful nightmare. The clock doesn't want to be here. You put the clock away. You pull it out and give it a hug, before putting it away again. You try the door. It's firmly locked. You try shoving your arm through the door slit, but it's simply too small. You check the other door, which does not seem to be locked at all. You open it, and you see this behind it. The room is filled with mannequins. Nothing in the room seems to be moving. You say hello to the mannequins. There is no response, but you do feel a chill run down your spine. You start poking and licking mannequins, which results in your being attacked almost immediately. A dark, shadowy figure seems to squirm its way out of one of the mannequins. You try to draw your halberd, but you take some attacks as you do. Your body gets numb. You feel tired. The monster flails at you, knocking you backwards, sapping your will to fight. You draw the Molotov, and light it with the lighter. You flee from the room as you toss it inside, shutting the door behind you. You watch through the slit in the door as the mannequins burn. You hear a wailing echoing through the room as the mannequins in the middle melt, and the living shadow is banished by the brilliant light. You say to yourself quietly, "Make him gay. I mean, make him pay." You look up your data on shades. It seems that this thing you just fought was a shade. They are generally made out of blight, have varying strength and intelligence levels, and are weak to shards. There is no data on their sexual orientation in the database. You rotate a cat mentally. You walk into the room after the fire has burnt out. A couple mannequins have basically melted, and there is a small puddle of black goop on the floor where the shade once stood. You look up effects of memory consumption. You find some old test results. It seems to reveal the consumption of memories can have many effects when prepared properly or mixed with food. It seems it can help you recover from mental ailments or even shield you from them. When applied to bandages and wrapped around the head, can increase mental stability and reduce numbness caused by life. The test's results seem to indicate that grinding memories into a dust, and using them as something like a spice, they can safely be added to dishes. Reports seem to indicate that it can make eating weird, due to the temporarily influence of memories on a person's emotional state. In one test, an entire table of soldiers started crying and sobbing over the loss of a childhood toy they never had. You scoop the goop into a container, but you don't have much space left in your inventory. You might need to drop something, or you'll just have to hold it in your hand the whole time. You ask the clock if it would like this goop. It says, no. You ask the clock if it's hungry. It says, not really. I don't get hungry. I could always eat some blue haze though. You ask the clock for funny anecdotes. It says, I am a clock. You search the mannequin room, and it seems peaceful now. You no longer feel like there's any danger in the room. There doesn't seem to be much useful in here, however. Just more mannequins here and there. You start lecturing the clock about responsible wildlife feeding habits. It really wishes it wasn't here right now. You grab one of the mannequins and drag it along with you. You give the blue haze to the clock. It absorbs it immediately. You feel like its numeric display has gotten brighter. That's the stuff, the talking clock says. You tell dad jokes to the clock. It doesn't laugh. You kiss the clock. It still doesn't like that. The numbers on its display fluctuate in annoyance. You scribble down in front of the clock that it owes you a debt. It says, I am a clock. I can't pay that. You look for keys in the room, but you find none. There is, however, another door at the end of the hall. Peeking through the slot in the other door, you find some kind of locker room, and it seems to be connected to many other doors. There's 3 doors connected to this room other than the one you are currently in. One of the doors seems to double back towards the locked one, just from the other side. You test the handle, and it's unlocked. You look through the lockers. Many of them are open and already emptied of their contents. A couple of them hold useful things. You scrounge up a couple bullets, and some more medical supplies. You also find a vial of something. It looks just like that picture you saw on the computer earlier today. The one of Ikra, the terminal showed you. You immediately uncap the Ikra bottle and start drinking it. It turns out that was a terrible choice, as it feels like you're being attacked from the inside. It hurts very badly. You fall to the ground in pain. It's like something is alive in your throat and trying to kill you. You drink the blight in a haphazard decision to stop it. It turns out this was also a bad idea. It feels like your throat just exploded. Basically, you pass out from the pain, and everything goes dark. Your memory flashes, or maybe it's not your memories, but someone else's. You have learned what happens when blight meets Ikra. When blight makes contact with Ikra, the materials essentially destroy each other. A massive shockwave is released, damaging everything nearby. To your surprise, you eventually wake up, your throat burns, and you have the taste of blood in your mouth. You're not sure how long you were on the floor, but you feel like it was a while. There is a small pool of blood on the floor. It seems like it came from you. It has long since dried. You check your medical supplies, searching for something to help you with this, but you don't really know what you can do for an internal injury by yourself. You check your wounds, Your throat hurts a lot, and you try to speak, but cannot. You pull out the living clock. It seems like an entire week has passed. You shake it awake, and raise your eyebrows at it. It says, "I thought you were dead." You try to blame the clock with your body language. It doesn't understand, since it is a clock. You give the clock a friendly pat on the snooze button. It doesn't like you very much. You check out the room. After getting to your feet, there is a door leading to a large stairwell, a door leading to a long hallway, and a door leading to what seems to be some kind of dorms. The beeping is strongest from the direction of the dorms. You check your pockets for a pen and paper, and you do have some actually. You open up the door closest to the beeping, and you see something a little frightening. From the beeping, you can tell what you are searching for is behind that door at the end of the hallway. The hallway is practically coated in dried blood. The walls are splattered in it, and the floor has multiple puddles, and even drag marks into nearby rooms. There are, however, no corpses in view. You start drawing and writing letters on your piece of paper. You show it to the clock. The clock says, "I can't read anything but numbers. I am a clock." You shout out, "Well, someone was hungry," to which you are greeted to several monsters emerging from the nearby rooms. You don't actually shout, you just make a terrible, awful, strangled noise. But you tried to shout. It was enough that these things heard you, in any case. You retreat backwards, and close the door behind you. They start battering the door with their fists and claws. You ready your pistol, specifically the one that shoots concrete slugs. You step back from the door, and aim it at where they will emerge. The door, rattling and creaking, will soon be removed from its hinges. You check for anything flammable nearby. You see some scraps of cloth and garbage scattered here and there. You scrape up a bunch of random cloth and paper. It's vaguely flammable. You rotate a cat in your mind, for good luck. You prepare your ball, setting it alight as the monsters break down the door. You throw it at them. It bounces off of one of them. Their clothes are set on fire, but it is still shambling towards you with malicious intent. Due to the choke point creature by the door, the monsters are approaching you in a relatively single file line. They will, however, soon spread out in the locker room that you are currently in. You consider retreating, and that does seem to be an option. You raise your slug pistol, shooting it straight in the chest. You hear a sickening crunch immediately after pulling the trigger. It's like a massive circular dent went put right into the monster's center. It collapses instantly in a heap on the floor. The one that was on fire have been vanquished. Its corpse is still burning, but the other monsters seem to have no fear. As they clamber over it, the flames spreads to their feet, but they are not deterred. The slug did not seem to pierce through the creature, as it was a slug and had low penetrating power. You put your slug pistol away for now, and you try to decide whether or not you will flee, or stand and fight. Impact what won the poll. Nah, you say to yourself, mentally. You stand your ground, ready to fight. One second. Phone please. It lost tracking. Wah. There we go. The flames are spreading among the monsters, slowly burning them from the legs up. They scream and screech, but they do not relent on their shambled march towards you. Nah, you say to yourself, mentally. You pull out your halberd, and you thrust it towards the head of one of the monsters. The blade easily caves in its skull, far easily than you anticipated. It instantly goes limp, and flops over onto the ground, adding to the smoldering pile. The others, while you are busy stabbing that one, clamber out of the choke point. There are two of them before you now, on your right and left. The third is still in the hallway. You stab the next one, your blade once again easily cleaving through its seemingly weak bones. While you stab that one, the other one slashes into your side, drawing blood and pain from you. The other one that was in the hallway is now also before you. The corpse pile is starting to burn. The smell of burnt flesh and trash fills the air, sickening. You considering sweeping their legs, but ultimately more voices seem to wish to retreat backwards, so you do. You find yourself back in the hallway where the mannequins were, the monsters following you while the flames tickle up their legs. You shut the door, and hold it firmly closed. The monsters bang on the other side as the flames spread across their sick bodies. You hear their screeches and shrieks from the other side as they punch and attack the door. You try to ask the clock something, but realize you can't speak, so all you do is make a noise. The clock says, "What?" You check your guns. One of them is unloaded, the slug pistol, but you lack any slugs to load it with. The other gun is fully loaded. While checking your guns, you realize that the pounding on the door has ceased, and so have the screeches of the monsters. You can't quite see what's happening in the room right now. The pain in your right side is now making itself clear after the adrenaline has left your body. You use medical supplies to clean your wound, and you apply some bandages to halt the bleeding. You check your medical supplies, and you only have one bottle of alcohol left. To summarize what's happened since the start. You arrived to this place on a train that you don't remember boarding. You wandered through a dark forest until finally finding a computer. On that computer someone requested you to find a transponder, and you can tell how close you are to it by a beeping sound you can hear. Throughout all of this, you've come across several monsters and fought them off and avoided some others. Right now, you have just finished fighting a group of frail-looking monsters that wear garbage. You have just finished tending to your wounds from that very fight. You consider asking why the monsters are so angry, but due to a recently acquired throat injury, you cannot. You think about the wastes, the monsters you just fought. They are covered in garbage, frail, and diseased looking. You could not imagine being a more miserable creature than that. Perhaps they are angry because anger is all they have. You open up the door that you used to hold off the monsters. They lie in a heap piled at the door, still sizzling and smoking from the fire that spread across the trash they wear on their bodies. They seem to be weakly squirming, still clinging to life, if this could be called life. They no longer have the ability to scream, or even move their limbs. You pull out your blade, and you end their suffering once and for all. You stand surrounded by 5 burnt, smelly corpses. The stench is awful. You check your makeshift halberd. The end near the handle is quite blunt, but everything else is generally pretty jagged or sharp. You check the creatures for lootable items. If they ever had anything useful, it's certainly been burnt up by now, though part of you doubts these things would have anything useful on them. You venture into the hallway they emerged from, peering into abandoned and disheveled dorm rooms. Some contain bones, dried blood, and scraps of clothing, no doubt the result of the creatures that recently took residence here. It seems that no humans have resided here for quite some time. The door at the end of the hallway seems to be beeping at you. You gather up some scraps of clothing from the ground and the various dorm rooms. You then search them for more useful objects as well. You find food supplies and other such things lying around, military-like rations and bottled water. From what you can tell, they seem okay. That is all you find in the dorms at this time. It seems that most of the other things were taken from here and quickly, as if the occupants of these rooms either fled or were taken out of here quickly. You try to figure out which direction goes to the transponder, and it's definitely the door at the end of this hallway. You think about if you're hungry, and the thought of eating makes you feel sick, especially with your throat injury. It still hurts quite badly. You check the rations. It seems that one of them is a potato soup of some kind. The other is just labeled, tasty, in marker. You open up the door at the end of the hall, and you are greeted with a corpse. The corpse itself seems to made of plastic. Its body has several parts that look like it was ruptured from the inside, namely its face, chest, and throat. You wave at the corpse, nothing happens. You approach it cautiously, and poke it with your halberd from as far away as possible. Nothing happens. You try to tell the corpse about its car's extended warranty, but with your damaged throat all you can say is, mumble mumble grrgrgrgrg. You mime a car, vroom vroom, r vroom screech crash. The corpse does not respond to any of this nonsensical stuff you are doing in front of it. You peek around the corner, and you see a locked door there. It seems to be a door that you ran into earlier, just the other side of it. You can unlock it from this side. The transponder beeping is coming from the corpse. You think about if you know sign language, and you surprisingly find that you do. However, it seems to be plastic sign language, one spoken by living plastics. You approach the corpse cautiously, and see a small rectangular object in its hands. It seems to have been holding onto it until the final moments. You look up, unlike a gamer, You find nothing up there but concrete ceiling. You unlock the door from this side, running into no issues there. You try to use your pen to write gullible on the ceiling, but it doesn't show up very well since it's just a pen. Then you reach down, and slowly and carefully retrieve the transponder from the corpse's hands. Nothing bad seems to happen. You have acquired the transponder. Garfield. You think to yourself, imagining a rotund orange cat that particularly prefers lasagna. The intrusive thought takes you by surprise in your moment of small victory. The now unlocked door leads you back to where you came, in the direction of the terminal that requested you get this transponder in the first place. That being the dark forest with the strange rocks and angry creatures. It seems you can head back to the terminal now, or further explore in this direction. You look for any good memory rocks nearby. There are several scattered through the forest, but you don't really know what makes one any better than the others. You quietly sneak past the monsters that roam the woods, mindful of any noises you make as you do so. You lick a rock on the way in. It tastes like regret. You don't like it. You lick the transponder. It tastes like metal. You eventually make your way back to the terminal safely. You close the door behind you on the way in. The terminal is still here, lit up and active. You approach the terminal. It greets you. Connect transponder to this terminal. Text appears on the screen. You lick the computer. It tastes like computer. Badly. The terminal says, "Do not do that." You request that the terminal lure the monsters out of the forested area so you can acquire memory rocks. Request confirmed. Using intercom system to distract the memory wraiths. You hear some kind of siren going on outside. You can safely assume it's the doing of the terminal. You communicating either through typing or through sign language, either of which the terminal understands well. You connect the transponder and the computer seemingly scans through it. Functionality repaired. Objective completed. Task was performed late, but adequately. You tell the terminal that you appreciate its hard work. It scans you. Damage detected in aberration unit. Please enter the medical pod for repairs. The medical pod is to your right. It is orange. You ask it if it can make searching the warehouse easier. It says, with new authority over the intercom systems and doors, I can unlock any door in the facility, provided it is locked electronically, and guide you. You get in the pod, despite one voice really wanting to eat rocks. Before you can change your mind, the pod seems too close upon you. You are suddenly surrounded with a blue gas, and you can't see anything at all. You feel better than you've ever felt before in your entire life. The searing pain in your throat seems to be subsiding, and even the patched up cuts and slashes on the rest of your body seem to be fading away. After an hour of this strange feeling, the pod opens up, and you stumble out of it. You can now talk again, and you feel somewhat stronger and faster than before. Repairs completed, the intercom says to you. You head back out into the forest, spotting several unguarded memory rocks. The intercom speaks to you from the nearby building. Consumption of raw memory rocks is not recommended for aberrations of your unit type. You ignore this, and proceed to lick all 6 or so of the rocks in the forest. One brief rock, 2 regret rocks, 2 fear rocks, and 1 relief rock. You zero in on the rock that makes you feel relieved when you taste it. You proceed to smash it with the hammer, until it is small enough to eat. Then you eat it. It is an unpleasant feeling, consuming a rock, but that didn't stop you the other 6 times. So here you are again, consuming a rock. You feel a pit of relief in your stomach. Your mental state is now significantly altered, feeling relieved always, at least until it wears off. You search the forest floor for a nice, solid stick, and you find one. You attach it to your hammer, reinforcing the hammer and making it a more sturdy weapon to bludgeon things with. Your mind is filled with intrusive, deranged thoughts as you stand there after having eaten a rock. Old memories of things you may or may not have ever said, seemingly disconnected from context. It hurts you. You think about biting people. You toss a rock at one of the other memory rocks. It bounces off harmlessly. The surface of the rock shimmers slightly, but that's about it. You pick up one of the memory rocks, specifically one that makes you feel grief. You now have 5 memory prisms. You start heading towards to the warehouse, which, as the intercom informs you, is down the stairwell near where you found the transponder. You smash one of your memory prisms into dust, and shove it into your pocket. You call out down the stairs, asking the warehouse how it's doing. Your voice echoes. Seems it's a long way down. You think about Alice. If your memory serves you correctly, Alice is the name of the body you are inhabiting right now. The many numerous voices in your head, and you yourself, are actually this strange flower growing out of her right eye socket. You, the flower, are some sort of ancient equipment used to provide guidance and support during combat. You don't think it was always this way, but due to some strange wish you made, this is how you ended up. Alice, the real owner of this body, is seemingly half dormant in your mind, only providing guidance every so often. You look down the stairwell. You pat Alice's head, which is kind of like your head. It just feels like you gave yourself a head pat, which is kind of lonely. You scream various unhinged things down the stairs. Your voice echoes through the area, but there is no response. You consider jumping, a small call of the void. You don't though, as you are certain that would shatter your legs. You start heading down the stairs, and soon find yourself in front of yet another door. It is a long, uneventful winding path down here. You ask Alice why she is gay. You don't get a response. You then tell Alice that you appreciate the use of her body. You also don't get a response. You check the door, and it seems to be locked. The intercom speaks. Unlocking door. Beware. Scans reveal hostiles in the warehouse area. You don't see anything moving in the large room as you start to sneak around with your halberd raised. You consider throwing a decoy into an open space, but you're not sure you have anything that works as a decoy in your pockets. Thanks for the follow, Emils410, say the narrator to the voices. You dropped the mannequin in the fight with the wastes. It would have been too hard to carry it and fight at the same time. You think you can jump atop those containers. However, being made of metal, it will likely make quite a deal bit of noise to jump on top of them from here. You ask the clock if they can be a good narrator, and even before you finish asking it says, no, 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 no. I mean decoy, not narrator. You consider forcing the clock to be a decoy. It doesn't seem like it will have much say in the matter, so you could do it, but it would be somewhat cruel. You ask the clock if it would mind making noise from a hard to get to place. I am going to die. I'll die. Don't get me killed. You try to bribe the clock with drugs, but all you have is this memory dust, which it doesn't want. It says, "Get me some blue haze, and then we'll talk." You apologize to the clock by patting it on the head, and then you hug it before putting it away. You quietly walk through the warehouse, checking the corners and keeping an ear out. You search through the warehouse, and there are several valuable looking things around. You think you see ammo boxes ahead of you. However, you have a strange paranoid feeling of being watched. Yet, you hear nothing at all nearby, nor do you see anything or any traces of anything have been here. You look at the ceiling. It seems normal up there. You spin around in a circle, leaving you halberd all around you, but nothing seems to happen. With your ears listening as closely as possible, you start to hear a voice, weak and far away. It's calling for help. You collect the ammo first, and consider whether or not to go towards this voice you hear. You get another 10 bullets for your pistol, and even more than that, you see another weapon lying nearby. It seems to be some kind of shotgun, one with 3 entire barrels. It seems ridiculous, but at the same time familiar and comforting to you. To pick it up, however, You will need to drop something else. You could drop the quarter, the unloaded weapon that you have no ammo for, the screwdriver. There are many options. But only you, the several voices in this person's head, can decide. You think about this quarter. You think it might be lucky, but ultimately not much more than just a quarter. You drop the unloaded concrete slug pistol for now. And you pick up the shotgun, and load it with ammo. You have 6 12-gauge shells. That seems to be all there was in this particularly ammo cache. You check the shells, and they are buckshot. You sneak towards an intercom, and ask for it details on the situation. Scans in this room reveal several hundred hostiles. The shotgun is a long-barreled weapon. You still hear that weak voice, calling for help. You ask for details on the enemies. The intercom responds. Scanning. Hostiles are primarily wraiths. You ask the intercom if there's any utility or security systems that can help you. It says, security systems offline, utility cranes offline. You ask the intercom if there are hostiles in the crates. There are no enemies in any of the shipping containers. You take a listen to one of the containers, and you hear only silence. You try to think about what wraiths are. You can't quite remember. And you already used the database 3 times recently, and it needs to recharge. You do some kind of dance before the intercom, and then ask if it helped get the systems online. The intercom responds. Dancing skill evaluated. C+. Passable. Systems still offline. You slowly move through the warehouse, and you come across a massive door. The voice calling for help, it seems to be on the other side of this very door, and it's louder now. You can hear the sorrow and loneliness in their voice as they plead. You try to peek around the door, but there is no way to see behind it that you can tell. You look all around your surroundings. It is completely still from all sides. You don't hear anything, and you don't see anything. That is, aside from the voice calling out to you. You consider opening the door just slightly, but it's far too heavy for that. You think about screaming, but stop yourself just before you do. You quell your intrusive thoughts this time. You ask if the intercom can open the door just slightly. It says, "This door does not have such a setting. It can only be opened and closed, not stopped in between." It can be interrupted during this process, but this may cause damage to the machinery. This door takes approximately 10 seconds to open and close. Upon your inspection of the warehouse, you know that there is another door connecting it, meaning there are 3 doors in this room: the one you came in, that other door, and this massive garage door. The voice pleading for help is on the other side of the door. You quietly sneak your way to the other door in the room, and find yourself in a massive room filled with some kind of liquid. You ask the terminal if it can see on the other side of the garage door. Error. Camera systems offline. This is what's behind the other door in the warehouse. It seems that a line of stairs goes down into the water, and you think you see a control panel to the left of you. You try to estimate the depth of the water. It's quite deep, so you aren't really sure. Enough to drown in, for sure. You peek into the water. You can't see the bottom clearly. You're not even sure if this is water. It might be some sort of coolant, judging by how cold it is in here. You ask the intercom what this is. It says, coolant. The coolant can be raised or lowered for a time with the nearby console. Objects that require specific storage conditions are stored in a room underneath it. You ask what is being stored here. Currently stored, 1 enhanced chip. One single-use portal device. One distortion bomb. You ask if you can have that chip. If it is deemed necessary for your mission, it is available for pickup. You ask if they are stable if you take them. Stability. Scanning. Stability in short or medium-term transportation is confirmed. Objects can be out of containment for at least 1 year before degradation of quality. You ask how large the payload is. It says, everything in 1 meter from the distortion point will be annihilated. You walk over to the control panel, and you press the button to lower the coolant. You watch as the coolant drains from the room, revealing a room that can now be accessed from where the coolant once was. It's quite far away, in the corner of this place. You set some items aside for now, to make room for what you want to pick up. You, in your attempts to save room, just duct tape the screwdriver to your hammer. You make your way down the walkway, and onto the cold floor where the coolant once sat. It's freezing down here, and it only gets colder as you get to the room. There are several secure boxes in this area, 3 of them that are closed. The terminal responds and tells you which box has which. The first box has an enhanced chip. the second has a distortion bomb, and the third has a one-use portal device. You ask if you can have it all, and the terminal says, yes. You grab all of the objects, and shove them into your backpack. The enhanced chip is freezing cold to the touch. You drop the quarter, screwdriver, and duct tape in order to grab these new items. The distortion bomb looks much like a grenade, but somehow you feel like it's shifty, like it's moving around ever so slightly on its own. The one-use portal device is simply a button. You're not quite sure how it works. You ask the terminal what would happen if you used the chip on the portal device. Enhanced chips are a type of construct that can be used to enhance other objects, such as firearms, melee weapons, or tools. They will impart their effects onto them in various ways. This effect is permanent, at least until it has been used enough for it to run out. There is no time limit. Scanning. This enhanced chip is a frozen signet, rare and valuable. It can be used to cool things, or applied to weapons to impart a freezing effect. You start hearing a loud warning beeping sound come from outside. A siren is blaring, and you are not quite sure why. You sprint out of the room, and as you do, you see something happening. From beneath you, where the pipes that took the coolant out of the room are, you see something wrenching it open. Coolant is also starting to fill the room again. You try to get a look at that something, and it seems to be an amalgamation of a light blue liquid. Several things that look like transparent arms and legs stick out of it. It's trying to scramble and wrench its way through the gate of the pipe it's in. You have all of the objects from the cool room in your possession. You can hear it, or rather, you can hear them. It sounds like dozens and dozens of voices. They screaming in pain, in fear, and happiness. These screams are directed at you specifically. Many of its arms reach out towards you from its trapped state. You consider petting this thing, this awful, awful thing. You sprint towards the stairs, to escape the rising coolant and the threat of the monster. As you are about halfway through the room towards the stairs, the creature frees itself from the pipe, and it is now scrambling towards you at intimidating speeds. You hear it screaming at you, calling your name, beckoning you closer while also warning you away. The cacophony of human voices is an affront to your very soul. You are still too far away to press the coolant button. You are on the coolant floor after all. You try to understand just whose name it was calling. It's calling for Alice. You keep sprinting away. It's gaining on you, thought. You don't think you are going to make it to the top before it catches up to you. You pull out your shotgun while you run away, and you fire behind you. The shell lands successfully, and seems to put holes through the creature's liquid-like body. It slows it down, but not much. The holes in its body seem to fill back up with more of itself in no time. You consider using the signet on one of your weapons, which would enhance it with the ability to freeze things. You don't have much time to decide. It's coming for you. There is a pole. The voices in your head seem to majorly choose the halberd for this. You take the chip, and you crudely slam it into the halberd. It sinks into it as if natural, and the halberd grows incredibly cold to the point. The blade seems to gather a mist around it, chilling the air nearby. The monster is nearly upon you, its arms reaching out in an attempt to grab you. You swing your halberd at the grasping amalgamation of human voices. The blade seems to freeze the liquid on contact, but there are many places the blade does not contact. You've frozen part of it, which seems to have slowed it down. However, some of its arms stretch and pull at you, grabbing a hold of your legs and causing you to fall down. The wriggling material its arms are made out of is trying to worm its way into your legs. You feel a slicing pain on your ankles. You try to roll away, but its grip is too strong. You flail around, doing everything you can think of at once. You swing the halberd inaccurately, freezing one of the arms. You throw dust from your pockets at it. You try to break free. The memory dust, made from the crushed rock that made you feel regret, seems to have an effect on the monster. It slows down, clutching itself and wallowing in regret. You hear its dozens of human voices cry out, lamenting several things at once. You take this opportunity to break free from its grip, shattering the arms that grip your ankles. Your legs are injured and bleeding, but you stumble up the steps and slam your hand on the bottom to raise the coolant. The coolant raises until it's above the creature. You see it freeze solid down there, no longer moving. It rests now, silently at the bottom of the room. Its voice is no longer haunting you. You take a moment to catch your breath, the pain catching up with you. You wrap bandages around your injured ankles, and eat the tasty ration in the cold room. The ration is in fact tasty as advertised. Incredibly tasty, yet somehow you can't put your finger on what it actually is. All you think is tasty. You like it. You like this tasty thing. You then go about making some more dust from the memories in your pocket, giving you a nice pile of it to put in your pocket. You ask the intercom what it is. It says, error, nothing in database about this object. You eventually finish patching yourself up, and eating the tasty meal. You wish you had more of that tasty thing, but you feel a bit better now. You ask the intercom if you did well taking down that monster. It says, survival of aberration unit confirmed with minimal injuries. Mission successful. You ask for another scan of hostiles. Hundreds of hostiles still detected in the warehouse area. The amount has not decreased. You head back to the warehouse area, and find yourself in front of the garage door once again. The voice is still there, calling for help. You speak to the door. Hi, help. I am Cat. You then tell it to be quiet, to not alert enemies. It begs you, pleads for you to help it in a whispering voice. You ask the voice what's behind the door. Everyone needs help. You make a joke about the garage door warranty. It confuses the voice. You ask the terminal what's behind there. It says the camera system is offline. You ask the voice what it wants from Burger King. Burger King. You think about what your goal in the warehouse actually was, and you remember you mostly came down here for supplies. You don't really have a clear mission at this moment. Supposedly there is an ally down here somewhere, but you don't know who they are or what they look like. You could perhaps ask the terminal for guidance. You ask if they put milk or cereal first. The pleading voice says, milk, no cereal, milk, cereal, cereal. I don't remember. You ask terminal for guidance. If you wish to depart for your next mission, there is a call for reinforcements from an active facility connected to this one. The shipping system can be used to bring you there, now that many of my capabilities have been restored. You ask the voice if it's a wraith. You don't get a response, just more pleading for help. The terminal responds to your question about the transportation system. The transportation system is ready and available to transport you whenever you are ready. No additional tasks are required. There are many more boxes you could rummage through, but you have the constant feeling that you are being watched right now. You ask how the teleporter works. You arrived here on it. You will ride the train. You do not have the ability to save or load. No, you will board the train after walking there, and then I will send it to its destination. The voice is still calling to you, begging for help. You scream into the room. your own voice echoing back at you, calling out the one watching you. You consider doing some more tasks to get the systems online in the facility. You ask the terminal if that's possible. Restoration of the camera systems for that room could only be achieved by entering it and manually repairing them. You threaten the stalker, calling it a coward, but still, all you hear is the sound of your own voice, and the quiet pleading from the other side of this garage door. The security systems have been destroyed by various attackers. All guns are offline and need to be replaced. No replacement guns found by scans. You stand there, at odds with yourself, unsure of how to properly proceed. You hear a voice from somewhere deep down in your psyche. It's telling you to run, telling that your ally is gone, that voice is no friend of yours. The chill of fear runs through your body, a fear of a fate worse than death. You ask about the security systems in the warehouse. There are none. You ask about explosives. Several infantry-grade explosives remain in the room. At least 3 hand grenades. You look through the current room, and guided by the intercom, you are able to locate the aforementioned hand grenades. However, the whole time, you have a terrible paranoia that someone is watching you. But, you successfully get the grenades with no issue. They seem to be in good condition, and not likely to be duds or explode in your pocket. You make your way out of this uncomfortable warehouse, and make your way back to the train you came in on. You ask for a storage manifest of the warehouse, to which is transfers it directly into your brain. You are overwhelmed by a headache and it hurts a lot. Too much information for your capabilities, it seems. You scream. The deserter stinks. At nobody in particular. Do you board the train and leave this place? You get aboard the train and take a seat. The door ahead of you on the tracks opens up, no doubt the doing of the terminal. The train starts to move forward slowly and without issue. You eventually find yourself in complete darkness, save for the rails ahead of you glowing purple. You ask, "Are we there yet?" And then you black out. And that's the end of this story time. Congratulations, you only exploded your neck that one time. You have a random thought about eating a cookie, so you eat a cookie. X719 took munch. You didn't even get a GF that time? Well, you should have opened that door then. You'd never be lonely ever again. I hope you enjoyed the story time. I phrased it in a worrying way. I think that's my job as a horror writer, isn't it? I have to phrase things in a worrying way generally. Otherwise it'd be like, you are delighted as the monster comes up to you and greets you kindly with a firm handshake. You become best of friends and you go to his wedding as his best man. You couldn't be happier. Where's pink-haired numbers? I don't know. Did you check your other pants pocket? How did you do today? I think you did pretty good. You ate a lot of rocks. Why did you eat so many rocks? Why did you wake up today and decide I want to eat literal rocks? Not sure what to redeem for me. How about redeeming a job well done for giving you a story time stream? The rocks saved you from the monster when you didn't eat them, thought. If you ate that powder you wouldn't have been able to do it. No. No. So I didn't do a good job. Oh. Okay. Sob. Cry. Anyways. Do not get the jar, do not put me in a jar. I wasn't getting small, I was walking away. Tremble, you can't have your rock and eat it too. Oh good, him beating threatened ya. great. But yeah, I hope you guys had fun. I am glad you enjoyed it. We will likely do another one or another thing like it later this month for Halloween. It might not be on this storyline though, it might be like a standalone thing. A special episode for Halloween. I am glad you enjoyed your time, that's really nice to hear. I kind of worry that for new viewers who have no idea what's going on, it might be really hard to participate in these. So it was nice to see some newer people also having fun. So thank you for giving it a try even though it was probably confusing. When would be the continuation? My goal is to do one of these things a month generally, if I can. So probably sometime in November, you'll get a continuation of this one. Yeah. Well, I had to do the anniversary, so this story time is technically September's. And the August one I couldn't do because we did the anniversary. You found me through the Pippa raid. It was nice of her to raid me. Thank you Pipkin Pippa of Phase Connect. But yeah, there will be a special episode thing for Halloween probably. And then continuation of this for November, probably. Unless I feel like doing a special turkey gobbler themed episode. Which I might. I think last time I did the gobbler everyone loved the gobbler. You'll be visiting family. I think that your family is more important than the gobbler, if you ask me. Dogs just said he loved the gobbler pirates. What was the gobbler? He's the gobbler, I don't know how to explain it. What's a dogs? So a dog is this kind of land mammal. It says bark bark, bork bork, and it's very friendly to humans except when it isn't. It's similar to cats but also quite different. No, not like me, I don't go bark bark. A compliment. Oh, I missed one earlier too. I have to compliment myself. I think I did a good job on the layout of this one. At first I struggled a bit because the map was a bit open-ended. All of the backgrounds are actually Gary's mod map screenshots. So I take a bunch of screenshots of notable areas, and then lay them out in a sensible way so that I can tell some sort of story or encounter. This one I had to assemble multiple paths together and stuff. So in actuality the thing you played is pretty different than the way the map is actually organized. Which lets me improv a bit more. Licks for numbers. Wah. Chatters are always trying to consume me. Then, a second compliment. Let's see. I think I did a good job of illustrating to you the horror of the horrible soul blob that tries to assimilate you. I think you guys really didn't want to get caught by that, and that's why you kept screaming hit the button, hit the button. Did I set it up so every path went to the same place? Sorta. So there was one big room that had like 6 connections. There were a couple ways you could get there. And a few side areas you never saw. Like, let me show you. Behold. Ominous Silent Hill hallway. And behold. Ominous warning sign telling you no to go down. And scary red ladder. It leads here to this scary area where I was going to do horrible things to you. Generally I leave these things open-ended, so even if you go completely insane I can work with it. I used to run Gary's mod RP server, so I can kind of work with even the most unhinged things. Oh yeah, there was also this area we didn't really have time for. A cafeteria. There was going to be a huge guy in here. And look at this. A vending machine. An actual use for the quarter you'd been carrying for half a year. This was also going to be a talking guy. A friend even. But that's a story for another day. I want to see what was behind that door. The giant maw of souls. That's what. It would have screamed at you and more. I was also going to have this grave here and see if you'd immediately dig it up and rob it. I think too low of you. Pilots, you ate 3 rocks today. And you killed 2 monsters and snorted them. You found a vial of mysterious substance and drank it. And then chased it down with the substance that makes that previous substance explode. I worry about you guys sometimes. Don't eat rocks. Don't eat rocks. Don't drink souls. Why do rocks look like that if you're not supposed to eat them? What exactly is so appetizing about memories? Are you a dementia demon? Well, in any case, I am glad you had fun. I am now sleepy since I did a lot of writing today. Is there anything else you guys want to ask or talk about? You're eating a part of me. Not all memories are me. I am just a memory of one particular thing. There's lots of memories. Rock and stone. So true. What happened after you exploded? You passed out for about a week and woke up with a severely injured neck. You couldn't speak anymore, but you got fixed by the glorious medical tube. You also fought about 5 wastes in a bloody hallway. Indeed, you helped fix the terminal, so the glorious medical tube fixed you. If you paid attention, you could sort of understand how it works. What's wrong with the amazing medical tube? Do you fear it? Do you fear the amazing medical tube? Or are you simply jealous? Am I going to threaten you with a tube? I feel like it would be strange to threaten someone with health care. Pilots. Get in the tube. Sorry, you are banished to the tube. Now what? It's been about 6 hours actually, that flew by a lot faster than I expected. The boss battle, well, you got chased by a horrible creature. But you lived, you had a stick. Anything else you guys want to ask about or say before we go? Not necessarily related to the story or anything. because I am sleepy and it might be time to raid. Chill myself to the new chatters. Hi. That's all I got in me, sorry. Thanks for watching, Sunbro. I'm glad you liked it. That's true, Riot didn't ask me to marry him today. I think he did enter with an I love you, though. It's kind of hard to declare love for the narrator when you're in the story. You never even see the narrator in your day-to-day life, anyways. A suggestion for the next story time. Help me think of a raid message. We'll raid Kana. I love Kana. Thanks for watching, Chipmunk. And Kitsune. Disilutio, the player character, is already carrying like 5 weapons and like a bunch of other stuff. If we're going by realism, you are already carrying more than you can bear. I don't want to make an entire complex inventory system, I'll die. It's just a text file. Rock eating raid. Fine, I suppose. But you're the only one who can use the bite emote. And dogs, I guess. Rock eating raid. X7192 munch. There you go. Anyways, be nice to Kana. That's all from me for today. Thank you all for watching, whether it was live or the VOD. I hope you all have a nice day and or night, and I will see you next time.